Greetings, mortals, and welcome back.
So today is final. We're finally getting to what is probably the final day of the Digimon saga. Apparently, it's daylight savings time. I wouldn't know. We don't mess with that nonsense here. It is the equator. It don't change. Actually, I actually don't know. We're not quite on the equator, so there's probably some daylight difference in terms of duration, but I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. Wait, how is daylight saving time supposed to even work? It has just occurred to me that the number of hours that you're going to spend in daylight is the same either way. Right? Like, what difference does it make? Would it get as early? I can't. If it gets so. If it got all the way to 4 a.m., it would extend pretty damn late. Well, that's the thing, though. It also makes the night. If you make the morning earlier, then you make the night earlier. So it doesn't really make a meaningful impact on the total amount of time that you're spending with sunlight. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's a very weird concept that I don't think is very well thought out. Because if it was very well thought out, it wouldn't be an hour. It would be much more complicated than that, and it would be regional. So, and by regional, it would be like uh, horizontally regional in a way that we don't usually do things. Where further to the north, you would have more extreme swings of daylight savings time because it's necessary to prevent it from being like nighttime at 9 o'clock in the morning, if that's your goal. And then eventually you just get to Alaska and you just have entire months where it's just dark. But I said Alaska. I could have just as easily said Canada. You can tell I'm a fucking American. You can tell I'm an American. Okay. What other countries exist? I don't think that's true. That's not possible. I did not shave yesterday, so we're going to need to get on that later today. But for now, let's just pop open Digimon and see how things fare. I think things are going to fare pretty well. It's been a little bit because it's now Tuesday instead of Monday. Unfortunately, yesterday it was very funny because I woke up late and then I got back to the house and I was like 30 minutes late getting back into the house, right? Like getting back into the house, I was 30 minutes after stream was supposed to start, which is not great, but like I could have like made something happen. And then maybe I left the house. Maybe I left the house at 9:30. It doesn't matter. Whatever. I was late, but I could have made it work. And then I get back into the house, and they're just drilling. And then they drilled all day, all day. They took like a break between 11 and noon. And the rest of the time it was just drills. So it ended up being a good thing. So let's try to get as much as we can do done before 10 o'clock, shall we? Just in case. Just in case, I'd like to get as much done as I can before 10 o'clock. Because that was not... like, sometimes the drilling is, like, in and out, like, periodic drilling. This was not periodic drilling. This was, like... continual drilling for 2 hours and then a 30-minute break and then continual drilling for another 3 hours. You know, that's like the the dynamic we were seeing. Okay, so I think that we're just going back to fight the Olympians again. First time was a very difficult fight. This second time should be an easier fight, but I also don't remember the mechanics, so it'll probably be fine though. Excuse me. It should be much, much faster too. It took me like an hour and a half last time, I think. This time should be so much faster. So we'll clear this out and then we'll start doing the other stuff. I think we'll just look up the locations for all of the like fetch quest nonsense, and then we can do other things. Oh, other thing that I think is kind of funny that I'm very happy about. I'm very proud of this. I missed an achievement that 80% of players have in Silksong. And that makes me excited. I'm very happy about it. I missed an achievement. I think basically I missed a boss that I needed to fight in like Act 1 or something. Like at the beginning of the game, I needed to fight a boss, and I didn't fight the boss. So, and it's not, the boss isn't there anymore. Anyway, that makes me excited. That makes me very happy. Like, it was like 78% of players have this achievement and I don't. And that's what makes me happy with achievements, is achievements that I don't have. Achievements that I have are not that interesting, but like getting the rare achievements and not having the really common ones makes me happy. Anytime there's an achievement for like, oh yeah, use a random item in combat, and then I don't have it, it makes me happy. Also, fun fact, they didn't have an achievement for beating that hour and a half long boss fight. Total madness, but I did not in fact manage. I didn't get an achievement for clearing that boss fight. So we're going to see what happens. Maybe there's an achievement for beating the Olympus 12 times. Maybe that's what we're going to get. We're going to get the achievement for doing it 12 times. Because this is like Halls of Ordeals shit. Halls of Ordeals is the... like, it's one of the post-game dungeons in the Disgaea series, and it is a critically important location when it comes to like sort of like late game EXP grinding. Like it's a really important location. Okay, so when last we left off, we had boosted up a bunch of our characters. I say a bunch. We hadn't. We had basically given some minor bonuses to... okay, you need to do a character reversal. Those are both Thinger, which means that we need to do it on Diana. So Diana gets reversed. Diana gets reversed. We can then do Spell Boost, I believe. No, you're immune to Thinger, so we don't Spell Boost you. We instead do Asteriorgen. And you can Acceleration Boost for now. Quake comes out, does 300 damage to the character that we're expecting to keep alive. We do not pull anybody else in. You can go... I should have picked... Why did I put Revive on you? That would have made sense. Alright, we're going to go ahead and put out a... Ooh, Magic Field? I should have put out a Physical Field because I'm about to use this. We do need to get a Revive out, actually, in order to get some of our goals accomplished. Because we need to do a swap on you. Because you're... Thinger. You're immune to light, and I don't want that. Okay. We tag this character reversal. Madness Area Ground KOs the two that are not intended to survive fights. And then Demi Ravenmon and Barnaclemon are both immune to Oh no. Barnaclemon. Do you have enough regen? No, you do not. But does our friend here? Okay. I think that Demi Ravenmon might actually have more regen than Aura costs. So I think that we are functionally immortal. Even in situations where life is a bit harder. Do you do this? Yes. Holy shit, okay. So we take out Apollo. So Apollo gets taken out first. Why so tiny? Yes, that's 65. So I think that's based off of your maximum SP, which means if I can get enough SP, I probably don't need the SP steal. What's your... Can I look at your... You're neutral to light, you're neutral to lightning. Oh, I can see your HP and shit? Oh, that's easy. Let's see here. So you have 16,000 HP. We can... I think we're just going to spell boost Demi Ravenmon. We don't want to be doing a bunch of attacking with Barnaclemon unless we have to. Alright. So that'll take a few rounds of combat to clear through. But generally speaking, we should be pretty set here. The order of these two should be pretty consistent as well. I'm going to basically save my my trainer bonus until I feel the need to use it. I can use it defensively very easily now that I have two characters who are both, or rather 3 characters that are all in position. We don't have to worry about the passive damage coming out anymore. We don't know what your weaknesses are. We know that you're weak against me in general. I could try a Sediojin if I want. This costs so much, though, that I think since I'm now in a position of... actually, no. We want to spell boost our way through this phase quickly. So let's get Demi Ravenmon boosted up. We can do a Strike of the 7 stars. Does a pretty good amount of damage. I'll bear all the witness, my friend. Alright, so from here, we Aura. We're just continuing to use the cheap shit with Barnaclemon. Barnaclemon has Revive, right? Oh, that's rude. You do have Revive. Okay, so... I'm actually going to remove the debuffs this turn. That was actually very silly of me. I think I Acceleration Boost. Yeah. And then I remove the other defense boost, or defense penalty. One thing that I like as a mechanic is that it doesn't allow you to target anyone who's an invalid target. And if there isn't a valid target, it just doesn't let you select the skill at all. Which I think is actually an amazing quality of life improvement. Not because it's like, oh, it's going to prevent you from making a mistake, though it does do that. But more importantly, because it If you can only choose from the ones who are valid targets, you have fewer button inputs that you need to make in order to get to the target that you're looking for, which is actually like a huge time saver in a lot of circumstances. I appreciate that. Okay, so you're neutral to light. You are... Oh, you're data. You're a filthy data type. Okay. We're going to spell boost. We're going to revive. And we're just going to cast character reversal. This functionally makes you a virus type, which means that Volcanus now has to deal with the incoming... Ooh, you go first. Hello. We have 2 people with a boost up, so I think it makes sense to just boost my crit right now. Let's check this. Strike at 7 stars comes out. Almost taken out in a single turn. Unfortunately for us, Smile Mom actually is taken out in a single turn. Okay, so we're not going to Issei Ryojin anymore. You are just going to, I think, tag on Aura. We don't need to do a ton of damage on this turn, so it's not a big deal. Strike of the 7 stars comes out. Okay, we do need to... We just hit you with darkness. Never mind. We can't reverse you. You are a virus type, so all that we can do against you is do our best. So actually, I can Issei Ryojin, which doesn't have like a super strong effect. Does it have a stronger effect than... No, Nightmare does so much damage. Okay, we're going back to acceleration boost. Yes, counter physical attacks. That's what I love to see. I'm so happy you decided to do that. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and activate spell boost on you. And then we are actually going to just use our XR now, because there's no reason not to. We want to basically burn through her as quickly as possible. 26,300 damage crit. Okay. So, we block all of that damage. We're not doing Issei Ryojin. It's tempting, though. Can we... Are you, like... You're, like, immune to light or something, right? But you are vulnerable to dark. You know what? Rather than spend a bunch of mana that I don't have, let's just spell boost and cast a dark spell and see how it goes. It goes pretty well. You know, that's not bad. So hypothetically speaking, we could get a similar attack out and then just gib her and then never have to worry about her healing. No healing for you. Okay. This goes much faster. Okay, so soothing song. Who does? Let's just let's actually. Do I want to Issei Ryojin? Just because I want to identify whether you are vulnerable to this. I have enough mana, we're fine. Right, you are weak against lightning. Oh, that's pretty decent. Strike roll! Alright, so now we aura. I do need to dispel as well, so... you don't have dispel, so never mind. I'll dispel on Barnaclemon for the next couple of turns. That'll remove all of the permanent debuffs. Not a huge fan of the acceleration boost coming out, but I think that the acceleration boost isn't that threatening. Demi Ravenmon is in danger from Jupiter. Jupiter's potentially going to be very, very dangerous. So, are you the last character before Jupiter? Do I actually want to not kill you and instead kill the other two? You know, it might be time to start optimizing for Corehound rules. I don't really want to see what the boss can do when untethered. I think that Minerva's second form isn't that threatening.
Now, strike the 7 stars.
We can safely clear Minerva. Minerva will bring in Minerva 2. And then we kill Diana. And Diana brings in Diana 2. We get Minerva 2 down low. We get Diana 2 down low. And then we kill Neptune. And by doing that, we should be able to clear the other two very quickly. Once we get to what's his name? Jupiter. So once we get Jupiter in the field, we do that. We don't actually need that, I don't think. So do we? Yes, we're just going to heal again. Demi Ravenmon requires a decent bit of healing. We don't need to do anything fancy with Minerva. We don't need to worry about Corehound stuff until we get to the end of this section. I could even just do it now, if I wanted. Like, if I felt like this was a threatening situation. Spell boost you. Okay, you are strong against light. Are you weak against dark? I did not do that intentionally, but it's just Bacchus. We're fine. Okay. Time to clear out Diana, I guess. I cannot believe we just one-shot Minerva 2. That's very funny. Let's see. What is your... What's your nonsense? We don't know anything except your light affinity. So we could do some shenanigans with you. I think you're like resistant to light in your second form. You're maybe immune to light in your second form. Let's grab who? Yeah, we'll just have Demi Ravenmon take the kill here. But yeah, the goal is to ensure that we don't have to deal with more than just the boss. Because the last time, the reason that we had to burn through so many resources was largely just down to the fact that we were... I'm going to hold on to my resources for now. Interesting choice. Alright, how do you feel about me? You feel like you're strong against both light and dark. Don't love that for you. Is it time for a revive? I think it's time for a revive. This turn is just going to be a reset turn. I'm going to try to get a character reversal off on Grace Novamon. Because you are not affected by this So we cannot just do that. We will have to burn you down with a Seryojin. Maybe not. Do I want to burn through that much mana on Barnaclemon?
My turn!
Yes. Maybe? Okay, so you can use Izuna, and you are extraordinarily strong against Grace Novamon. Okay. It's pretty high damage, honestly. We're not going to be able to spell boost. That isn't going to get the job done. I can't. Spell boost isn't going to help me that much. Let's just Seryojin and see how you feel about electric. You are weak against electric, so that's good. I can just acceleration boost and do one more Seryojin. I'm not super concerned about running out of SP. I'm definitely not going to need to use this ability against the final boss. That only does as much damage. As reviving into an Izuna. Honestly. I think that I'm better off using Revive. Do we survive this? We do! Perfect. So, Smilemon can just do an Izuna. It's very funny that Smilemon is still the fastest party member. Let's see. We will spell boost Demi Ravenmon, who I think can heal without consuming that, but we'll find out. Yes, we don't consume that buff. It only applies to attacks.
I shall proceed.
Excellent. So Smilemon is able to get the kill. You get replaced with Demeter. Right, I completely forgot Demeter was in play. So Demeter is a data type that it would be very convenient to be able to do something to. Let's go ahead and throw out an aura. See if we can survive this round with you. And we can just start the attack on Bacchus. Bacchus is going to burn in one more turn. Smilemon has been burned down. That's a problem. We don't have character reversal on anybody else. So, because we want to get the... That's a lot of turns. So, she's mostly defensive, I think. She's mostly defensive, so it's probably not a huge deal. I'm actually just going to have you guard. You are going to strike the 7 stars on Bacchus. I think this is not lethal, because I don't have the thing. I think this may or may not be lethal, I don't know. I'm going to take this shot. It's not quite lethal, that's what we're looking for. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, so you can poke. You can... We can aura again if we want, but there's no reason to aura because everybody's at full HP except the people we don't want healing. We're gonna guard. It's faster to revive Smilemon than it is to wait for the heal. Okay, we can now AoE the 2 of them dead. And preferably... we can take out all 3 at the same turn, which would be kind of fun. Do I actually just throw out a heal? Spell boost costs like nothing, so we'll just spell boost Demi Ravenmon. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. So Smilewom's been KO'd. We just wait. We don't have anything we need to do. Oh, you finally decided to attack? Thanks. Alright, we can finally revive. Smilewom now has the ability to do a character reversal on Sarismon. And Sarismon is susceptible to that, so Strike of the 7 Stars will now do quadruple damage. Okay, that's pretty decent. Okay, Smilewom is just chilling again. And our basic goal here is to pull in the boss at the last possible second. This fight's still taking quite a while. There's just a lot of enemies in play. Did I guard instead of spell boosting? Is that what I did there? I think I did. So Smilewom can be picked back up whenever we want. Okay, this extra strike is probably lethal, even if the normal hit wouldn't have been. That's the boss, who we did not kill on the appropriate turn. We would have preferred to kill them on Barnaclemon's turn. Because killing them on Barnaclemon's turn with this attack would have meant that we only had to deal with the boss. But we did get one turn where we had to deal with the boss and adds. You're going to heal. Shine Burst comes out. It does 400 damage, which is basically nothing. Wise Plasmid does 1,000 damage, which is a meaningful amount of damage, but nothing too crazy. And you are weak against Smilewom. So we're going to pull up Smilewom. And then Smilewom is going to do something. We're going to critical field. Yeah, let's critical field this. Can Smilewom revive? Alright, we're going to... We're going to activate this. We don't have to worry about anything too fancy coming out. Double Wide Plasmid, which is like worst case scenario basically. And we can critical field again. We can Seryojin, but that's not a great plan. I think that we're better off getting the darkness play with Demi Ravenmon. Okay.
Let us end this.
Izuna. Okay. So we've now taken out the first phase of the final boss. We now have phase 2 of the final boss. And you're still going to be very strong against that, so... you are going to heal. You're not going to spell boost. Demi Ravenmon is weak against electric right now, which is suboptimal. Fuck the timing. Yeah. So that's 1.5 times. Attack charge is coming out. Dios Thunder does not kill you, but you are paralyzed, so... you kind of might as well be. I am going to spell boost Demi Ravenmon. Demi Ravenmon is going to take this final hit of the buffs. This is unfortunately neutral damage.
It is time. It is time. Thunder! Take!
Okay. So Barnaclemon is basically responsible for keeping everybody alive at this point. I feel comfortable doing this. Now that we can't exploit a weakness on anybody else, I think that every Izuna that she takes is a very good play. You're like immune, right? Yeah, you're immune. So Demi Ravenmon now isn't a super strong contributor. It's tempting to actually pull out the acceleration boosts, but I think I'm just going to throw out a heal. Because Eseryojin should, in theory, allow me to ignore the fact that it's almost certainly immune to lightning. And it'd be kind of fun to kill the Thunder God with Thunder.
It is time. Chronos divide!
All this fixation on Smilemon is actually great for me. We will do this. Smilemon is going to take out another Izuna. And then with this, we should be able to have all 3 characters for the next fight. And with all 3 characters in play for the next time we fight them, it just goes massively fast. Because now all of a sudden we have the additional turn economy from having Smilemon every single round. We can basically hit the vaccine types for super effective damage with Izuna, and can just kind of go ham with it in a way that we otherwise couldn't. We're not going to heal because we don't need to. We're going to spell boost Smilemon because I think Smilemon is taking the kill. And then we are going to activate this. We are now immune for this turn. Nightmare comes out. I don't think this is lethal. Never mind, I stand corrected.
Yeah.
The last phase of that fight took forever last time. So... Okay. So... we have gotten another 300 grand that we can spend, and we're going to have to do that. We've also gotten a bunch of levels, and we have maxed out Gold Applemon and Salamagamon. We should probably resolve those situations. Wouldn't it be nice if we could go quickly to the Digifarm from here? So there we go. We now have the focus for the post-game finished. And that didn't take that long. How long did that fight take? Like 15, 20 minutes? Considering how few attempts it's going to take to like get myself to the point where I can just comfortably clear it over and over and over again, I only need to come back to here because I need to be able to train. And I'm not training between every fight, except for these fights where I'm using the training on my carries, right? Like I need to train the carries that are going to be able to pull me through the rest of the fights. So your training is complete. That's excellent for you. So Sotongmon has a huge spirit boost. And we don't need more HP. Let's just take, I don't know, let's just take a punching bag. Our goal with Sotongmon is at some point, what I'd like to do by the end of today's stream maybe, I'd like to get Sotongmon like maxed in stats and have them kill a god or something, because I think that would be very funny. I'm not sure if I want to have them kill a god on this lifetime or if I want them to kill a god on another lifetime, but we'll figure it out. So, we can now train you. We do need to train your HB. We know that. I don't know what your HB is, but I know it's not capped. So let's train up your HB some more. And then I think once we get our HB capped, I'm not going to focus on the defenses. I think I'm just going to focus on int. We're going to boost her int all the way up. You're going to the moon, my friend. You're going to the moon. Okay, so one more of these. I don't need to do more than one more of these. This should be sufficient. And then getting to 95 will cap out my HP from there. So we are going to go to Classroom C. And this gets us some amount of int. We get some amount of int here. We get some amount of int here. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. So this will probably double the damage that we do with the Izuna when we're using it, and she'll have a little bit of an easier time staying alive for certain portions of the fight. She's not going to be able to easily handle the beginning of the fight necessarily, because we do still have Minerva in play for the entire beginning of the fight. But I could actually just boost the shit out of your defense, because we're going to get int pretty close to max here just off of this. We're at 9,400. We don't need to do that any higher. So we could just do club and boost up your defense to, I don't know, like 6k. I didn't realize that. I think that yesterday I did do a little bit of work pumping her defense. And once we have capped out these three, we can go out and check all of the other random fights. Like, we still have the knights to fight. So we can pull the knights of the round and deal with that. So move you in, and you should be able to survive a few more turns, and you should be able to do some more damage, and all that jazz. I think you have the appropriate setup. Do I need acceleration boost on you, actually? I'm not going to worry about it. Do I actually want to give you a different attachment? No, because I didn't give myself enough vigor. Okay, so Salamagamon... Nope. Salamagamon does need to evolve. We will bring them up to Alphamon, I guess. And I think they'll be fine. So I'm curious about... What the fuck? Special Skills has some weird shit underneath it. Let's click on out. Let's evolve you into Alphamon and see if that does something interesting. It doesn't look like it. If target has yet to act, 25% crit rate. Interesting. Light damage, acts first next round, increased damage to targets with the Night trait. Cool beans. And you can now get to 40 to 58. Which is fine. You cannot become Grace Novamon, because that would require having a Diana. I think I'm going to get Grace Novamon just from Thanger. I'm not going to worry about it. We're going to bring you back over here. And I am just going to level these two to maximum each time, and then evolve them. Do I want to evolve you prior to hitting max level? Because I think I'm going to be okay in terms of maxing out my stats. I don't think it's going to be that crazy. And worst case scenario, I just need to do a couple extra fights to max them out. on a non-permanent basis. So yeah, let's try this. Let's see what this is. Because I don't want to waste all the XP that it would take to get that I would get past 52. That's only 6 levels worth of EXP. Alright, so we have another one of the Royal Knights here. Demonic Disaster, increased damage to targets with Holy, increased damage to targets with Knight. Oh, this says extra damage against vaccine types. Interesting. I wonder if I could pair this with a type changer, like with character reverse, to simultaneously get the vaccine boost and the vaccine boost. Because that would be pretty interesting. Like, particularly if something was a dark vaccine type, and I could character reverse on them, and then there's still a vaccine type, right? So I feel like this ability that does, I guess maybe it would do reduced damage. Unclear. I don't really know. Anyway, we'll have Fire Antmon just sort of wandering around. They can meander. I think that makes sense for now. Because I've done enough testing that I do think that we should have an easy time making use of whoever we want to make use of whenever we want to make use of them. Okay, so we're going to do we want to do one more run on the back alley, or do we want to head over to the Knights? Let's take a look at my missions. Because Smile Mom is pretty solid now. So I don't know that I need to take out the things anymore. So let's just do this. Let's do the Royal Knights test match. I don't know if this is going to be stronger or weaker than the Olympian 12 that we just fought. I feel like it's probably weaker, because we did get access to this fight earlier. But with that being the case, this is at the end of an extremely long chain. So, like, it's not unreasonable for this to be harder. It'll be really funny if we get, like, no EXP for this, because that would be very funny. This is part of an actual, like, established, like, quest, so we'll at the very least get to see. Okay, so we now have the ability to talk to whoever we want to fight first. Alright, so these two are vaccine. So we can open with Izuna. And I think as an individual, they're probably... I think Nightmare. I think Miss. Supreme Cannon is a pretty decent one. Yeah, individually, these are stronger enemies, I think. Okay, that's actually neutral, which I didn't expect.
There! Hit the mark! You will never see it coming. Cannon!
Supreme Cannon!
Leave this to me.
Okay, stats are boosted. Izuna! Here I go. Izuna.
Ryujin.
Okay, that should be lethal.
7 stars.
Alright.
Yeah.
Easier fight to clear there. That was 20 grand. We got like 800,000 before, right? We got almost 1 million, I think, for the Olympians. Okay, so do I get anything for actually beating you all? Do I have like a mission to do so? I don't have a mission to fight you all, I don't think. Let's go poke Alphamon. I should know... I should be able to look at Alphamon and see... You are weak against steel.
Much appreciated.
There's much I don't understand about humans. Okay. Izuna! Alright, that's, I think, stronger. So we can golden armor, which technically is a little stronger.
Golden armor.
And we can strike at the 7 stars.
7 stars.
Ready
Here
to launch.
goes Blade of the Dragon King.
Okay.
Here goes Blade of the Dragon King.
Okay.
Blade of the Dragon King. Blade of the Dragon King. Ha!
Alright. So that was basically nothing. We can just pop an Izuna. We need to pop a spell boost. Smilemon should have no trouble. And you are going to... I'll do Strike of the 7 Stars after doing a boost. I think that's a reasonable play. Well, that's rough. So, with that, we lost our spell boost, but that's fine. Most of them are vaccine type, so I probably should move my status immunity thing on Smilemon.
Here goes Blade of the Dragon King. Here goes Blade of the Dragon King. Ha!
And there we go.
Yeah.
That's GG. So how much do you give? About the same. So, I think now might be a good time to just Google what the post-game of this game is supposed to look like, actually. Because I don't want to fight all of these unless there's a reason to. It's not like I'm making much on... Oh, you know what? I could try to go to the Greatest Omni Carnival. Oh, can I fight you as well? Okay. So we don't fight Susanoo. Let's pop back to the in-between theater. And then... from here, we head back to the Coliseum. And then from the Coliseum, we can move on to... clearing out the other stuff. Let's see. We can get another Jupiter crest thing that we don't really need because we don't. I mean, even if we had 2 physical attackers, it wouldn't really matter. I guess it gives us a 30% crit boost, so it is a pretty sizable upgrade. Actually, particularly for a multi-hitter, because a multi-hitter more consistently gets the damage, rather than like occasionally doing a massive amount of overkill and otherwise getting like nothing. So let's get the Kings of Pheromon up.
We kept you.
So is this. Didn't we already fight these? I thought we already fought these 3. I guess we can Amethyst Mandala if we want. Just for shits and giggles. You can Golden Armor. And Testament will probably just be lethal. Nah, it'll probably only be lethal on 2 of them. So let's go ahead and take out you.
Now, right, 7 stars. I got this. That's what I'm talking about.
And you can... Oh, this reduces lightning resistance, right?
Shower! Ready to launch. Amethyst Mandala!
Okay. Let's do Aetheriodion.
Seriority. Right, 7 stars.
Okay.
Smile Warhead! Ghost Lightning Shower!
Oh, this reduces your light resistance, even though it's lightning
Here I
shower.
go, Luna!
Good to know, good to know. Good talk.
Now, right, 7 stars. Yeah.
So we cleared that. And then we can move on to whatever comes next. Okay. I feel like this version of Marsmon is probably going to be easier than the version of Marsmon that we fought in the other place.
We kept you waiting.
I don't remember Mars doing much in the fight. Like, Mars was very straightforward.
Ready to go.
Mars vaccine type? What type are you? Yeah, so you're vulnerable to Izuna. You are immune to Izuna. That's rude.
Right, 7 stars. Watch this. Endless surge. Corona sanction. Endless surge.
Corona sanctions? It's an interesting name choice. I'm gonna character reversal because you're immune. Oh. That's pretty unfortunate. I was all excited. Yeah, you're neutral to dark, so
Right, 7 stars.
we'll just have to do this 2 more times.
Endless surge.
I guess I could have purged the buffs, but that's fine.
Right, 7 stars.
I'm not gonna lie, these 3 are a very, very, very strong combination.
Corona sanction.
Like, I don't know if there's any extremely hyper-powerful... I could just Amethyst Mandala.
Here I go, Amethyst
It both kills and eliminates the buffs. So we got the card for Marsmon. Okay. We gained 300 grand for that, which is pretty important. 300 grand is good. It's so funny how low the continued stats are for Demi Ravenmon. Demi Ravenmon has evolved so few times. We've got 142 int, and that's the highest stat we have, and then all of our stats are just maxed out. It's so funny. The mechanics in this game are wildly out of sync with each other. Okay. Can I digivolve you? Is there a higher form for you? Not from here, no. So you have a new form available. I guess I should take a look at the Digivolution charts at some point. But yeah, we completed this. Let's go outside, just in case going outside unlocks something. Maybe that'll unlock some new mission. Somebody send me a text. Doesn't look like anybody's sending me a text. Okay, well, with that being the case, we could start New Game Plus at some point. Let's do this and this, I guess. I'm just gonna Google these. I'm not gonna worry about it. We're in the post game. Okay. Okay, so this takes place entirely in one area. So we'll see how many spoilers I need. Does it even tell me that I need to go there? It does. Alright, so there's 17 of these. They're all in Shinjuku somewhere, apparently. Let's...
Great.
There's 17 of these. How have I not seen one already? Because there's not...
Wow.
Wait, have I not clicked on this? What is this? Okay. Does my party get wiped out if I get a drawback?
Good, good. Good, good. Great. Well done. Good, good. Well done. Good, good. Well done. Good, good. Great. Great.
They show up on my map, so...
Good, good. Good, good. Great. Great. Good, good. Well done. Well done. Great. 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 Well done. Good, good. Good, good. Well done.
And I think I still had time left, so I think that I could have, like, dodged the last one instead of fighting it. Alright. Head back to the real world. Excuse me. So, let's go to Akihabara.
Great.
Okay, there's the first one.
There.
Oh, I have to attack you. Okay. Gotcha. Good to know. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Okay, let's swap back over to here. Okay. We have another outer dungeon here that I didn't bother to go to. I'm gonna grab all the chests here. I can probably grab everything in one run. So this is the time attack battle 1.
Well done. Well done. Great. Great. Well done. Great. Good, good. Good, good. Well done. Wow. Great. Wow. Well done. Great.
Yeah, in theory, I think we have plenty of time
Good,
here.
good. Well done. Great.
I think I'd be at risk of running out of time
Well done.
if I was being careful, but as long as you're being just like hyper aggressive,
Wow.
you have
Well done.
basically an unlimited amount of time.
Great.
Like I should be able to just clear the entire
Good, good.
thing, kill every single enemy.
Good, good. Well done.
Okay, talk to you. How's it going?
Ready to launch.
Izuna. And then we're done. Easy peasy. So that should be everything here. We don't have to clear it again. I think the other crit boost too might be in one of the time attack zones like that.
Do it!
That's pretty cool. Okay. So that's 2 in Akihabara. There might be another one in this line here. We'll walk to the end of the road here. Alright, we're gonna go to the attic. With people hanging out here. Okay. Go to the roof. Nobody up here, really? Good question. Mercury is the obvious choice. Offhand, I think that Mercury has a really good design. What am I looking for? Agent. Mercury has a really nice design that I appreciate. Juno's design is kind of meh. Let's see. Minerva's design, I think, would be really cool if there was more detailing. If we had more detailing specifically on the eyes, Minervamon would have a really strong design. As it is, it's not that it's not a strong design; it's that it doesn't fully utilize the detailing that we have access to now. Like this would be a more iconic design with weaker graphics and doesn't scale that amazingly with the graphics so far. Whereas I think that like Mercury scales better with the graphics. I wish that they were... Can I sort them by being... How do I tell what type of sorting I'm doing? Okay, I guess it's just either alphabetical or... No, what is this? Okay. Is there a way for me to... Neptune has a very good design. It's very strong. Jupiter is incredibly boring. Let's see... I wish I could see Ceres. Ceres has a very cool design. I think that it maybe would do... It could benefit from some extra detailing, I think. But it's a very strong design overall. I think that the association with Ceres is very weak. Like, I don't like the association with Demeter to like the sort of like Turtle Island god is not, in my opinion, a strong one. Right? Like, I can see the angle, right? It has some greenery and stuff like that, but like Demeter is like fundamentally the god of seasons, and I don't think that it leans into that aspect of her very much. Whereas like Mercury's design looks not like anything that I would associate with Mercury, but does also look pretty fast. Unfortunately, I can't get like a strong look at. I said I'd have to go up and talk to them, which we'll be doing again later. But let's see, of the ones that I was facing. Oh, Artemis has a very strong design. It's not my vibe, right? Because it's like
There.
robot. So it's not my vibe. It's not the thing that I'm into as a Digimon design, but it's a very strong one, especially because it is like a god. It's not like a whatchamacallit thing. It's not like a random critter. It's like a humanoid deity, right? So that's like, I think, a strong
Wow.
that's a strong design that works really well. Includes the components of her character that I think that it works quite well. I think that that's a very reasonable design. So I think that Mercury is probably my favorite design of them overall because it matches the like vibe that I think is interesting. It like, even though it's a dude, he's at least hairy. You know? Like, he's at least hairy. He's not like he's not a robot. Artemis is a stronger design, I think, than Ceres. But I think that I prefer Ceres because of the aesthetics, again, of like this sort of like land turtle aesthetic. I think looks nicer for my preferences
There.
compared to Bacchus. I'm not honestly a huge fan of the angle they've gone with for Bacchus in general, because
Great.
Bacchus is the god of intoxication and merriment and like feasting and this kind of the other thing. It's weird for them to take a character centered around partying and make them so ugly. And make partying a weakness of theirs instead of a strength. If the characterization had leaned into a drunken master aesthetic, then I think they could have gotten away with having the character be that ugly. But they can't have the character both be ugly and have their like debauchery be a weakness of their character for the god of merriment. So the way that they handled Bacchus just doesn't feel good to me, like, at all. Like, it's the whole thing feels very like, what are you doing with this? What are you doing with... First of all, because the character was so damn annoying to deal with, but also because of, like, it feels weird for me for a god's portfolio to be their weakness. their portfolio should be their strength. It should be the source of their power. And it's so weird the way that that Bacchus was handled, where like Bacchus isn't a god of strength, so it was weird. They had like one like sort of like throwaway line where we're feeding him berries in order to strengthen him, but nobody around the god of merriment thinks that he gets stronger from partying. This is like a secret to everyone until like the last second that we see him. It's just a very strange way of handling the character. So the design of Bacchus is a fairly strong one. I think like Bacchus has a good design for a Digimon to have, but I don't know how I feel about it being Bacchus. Like, as a design for Bacchus, I think it's not a very good one. It's kind of like a generic, like, I don't know, like it has stronger. God, what's the Warhammer god that I'm thinking of? It's one of the Warhammer gods. One of the Warhammer gods is the angle that I think of, and not to say that Warhammer god is like.
Wow.
Generic,
Wow.
but like a lot of things have taken inspiration from the Warhammer gods.
Wow.
So they have been genericized to an extent. I'd be super sad. I'd be super sad. I see you so much. I'd be super sad is like the exact line.
Do it.
Who am I thinking of?
Great.
It's one of the Chaos Gods. I'm thinking of one of the Chaos Gods, but it doesn't matter. But like the basic gist is that like for like sort of like a corruption entity, I feel like some sort of corruption demon. I think that it makes a lot of sense to use a design like that. I just don't think it works super well for Bacchus. Now, to be fair, I am biased because having played Hades, you know, everyone in Hades is hot, right? So the only time that I've ever really seen, but no, that's not true. It's like Bacchus was in like Xena Warrior Princess, and like Bacchus shows up in a variety of random things that I saw when I was a kid. Like, I feel like my association of Bacchus as being, like, a partier as opposed to a drunk uncle is one that I think holds true to what I would expect, what I've seen in media. This isn't, like, a hot take.
Wow.
Like, to me, if I feel like Etemon is almost a better design for Bacchus than the Bacchus is. Because to me, if you were going to like use like local Japanese assumptions about like what
Great.
rather than centering like Western party vibes, I think if Bacchus looked like a sleazy dude that you'd see in like a God, what's the place I'm thinking of? Where's the red light district? But like like some sleazy dude that you'd see in a club in the red light district. That would be a solid design for Bacchus, even if it is like obviously very sinister. That's a very sinister look for Bacchus to have. Like if you want Bacchus to be bad, that's a good angle to take Bacchus in. But Bacchus being like your drunk uncle who like is completely incapacitated by like his addiction and lashes out violently at people who around him, which is kind of the vibe that you get, even though he doesn't actually lash out at anyone in his inner circle, but like he gives the vibe of someone who would, if anyone could actually take the drink away from him, but it's part of his body, so it's not like they can actually take it away from him. I don't know.
Great.
I don't know. Like, I feel like something like that kind of an angle would work pretty well for Bacchus. But like Bacchus as like, I don't know, weird, cute tentacle monster that is incapacitated by booze is not. It's not doing it for me. It's not doing it for me. You know what I should have done is checked how many were in each region of this damn place. Okay, so we have a few left. I'm wondering if they're going to be in the underground waterway at all. It's probably... I'm probably should just go to the other places that are available first. Okay. So we went to the government building. We went to Waterfall Plaza, Nishikaido Overbridge. Did we got here just now, actually. Alright, let's just track this down on the thing then. 17 is a lot to find. Okay, blah blah blah. Shopping district found. Vision Square found. We found this one. We did not go to the coffee shop. I might not be able to teleport to this place. Okay, that goes down. This is also the train station. I've been in this section of the train station.
There!
There's a bunch of train stations. So... where does this go? Is that the place I'm trying to get to? I suspect that it is. No, it's not. I need to figure out... I'm trying to figure out where this coffee shop is. I've been there several times, but I just don't remember. This goes down to there. Yeah, if I take another look at the Olympians, I can also give an idea of whether there's anybody that I've forgotten. that I think would be a really strong design. Because there's like 15 of them. It's funny that they're called the Olympus 12, but there's like 15 of them. But, you know, that's just how things be. I guess 16 if you count me.
Great.
Oh, is there another variant on Ceresmon? Other than just the one that we've seen? I'll need to evolve up that chain. Alright, where the hell is this place? Okay, it's not an Akihabara. Where does this go? This is the government building. Where does this go? Oh, this goes to the park. Okay. Is it in the East Shopping District? No, right? No. No. Where the hell am I supposed to go? I have no idea where this place is. Like, 2nd Avenue is right there. Oh, it's here. Okay. I remembered it being next to an entryway that I had come out of, and the fact that I couldn't come out of that entryway was messing with me. Okay, we got there. Next, got you. So that's one of the underground. 2 underground. Did I kill one that's... I don't think I saw this one. There's one playing dead next to the train tracks. At Shinjuku Station. So probably most of the ones that are left are going to be in the underground. Somewhere. Okay.
There.
Nailed it. Next. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, how many have we gotten? We have 3 left. We found every single one of them except for the ones that are in the underground waterway. Perfect. Alright. So we actually got through that fairly easily. That was pretty quick and painless. I just didn't want to go through the entire warren of train stations. Okay, so we're going to Waterfall Plaza. From Waterfall Plaza, we're heading downstairs. Can somebody pick me up? Is that a thing I can do? Yeah, we just need 3 in here somewhere. None of you people can pick me up. What is this shit?
Well done. Well done.
So, where am I right now? We'll go to the left side first. We're basically just going to hit up all of the dead ends.
Great.
I do not know where they are in here. I just know that they're in here, and I know there's 3 of them in here,
Good.
which means that
Great.
it shouldn't be terribly difficult to find what we're looking for. Well, that's not what that means. It means that I need... The remainder
Well done.
of them are in here somewhere.
Great. Good, good. Great.
Okay. Okay, we're going south first.
Good, good. Good, good.
Max our scan right on that.
Great. Well done.
And we're going this way first.
Well done. Great. Great.
Oh, interesting. So the max damage appears to be 99,999. So...
Great. Great.
I guess we can tell Google. They just have the wrong number of 9s in their number. Oh. You know, I completely forgot about this. Okay.
Good, good. Well done. Well done. Good, good. Great. Well done. Well done.
Really? Okay. How do I get to the north block?
Good, good.
The way that I did this before was I zapped the door, right? But I don't seem to be able to attack the door. Do I have to come through a different exit? Ugh. You know, this side quest is turning out to be more of a nuisance than I thought it was going to be. Now that I'm realizing there's all these random dead ends.
Good, good.
Where I can't easily get back to where
Well done.
I came through the first time.
Good, good.
Okay, well... There's two entrances from this direction. Where the hell is the other entrance? Akihabara is a totally different section of the city. In theory, the north section should be in a place that I don't have access to with my map. Okay, I'm just gonna Google this. This thing does not tell me. Shinjuku. There we go. Alleyway near the house. So I assume that's Inori's house. It's truly remarkable how bad people are communicating. They're like, I'm like reading some like forums with two people like talking past each other as they obviously, the person who's trying to answer the question is just very clearly not describing what they're talking about. And I knew the thing that they were failing to say is the funny thing, is that I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, I know that this is eventually going to result in someone saying there's not two entrances, there's three. So there's one near, so the alley near the house is probably this alley. And then in this alley, yes, there's a door over there. Perfect. No, this is, yes. Perfect. Basically, the person was describing two different doorways, right? One being the alleyway and one next to the government building.
Good. Well done.
And the other person was like, oh, okay, because one of them is kind of like an alleyway, right? The one that's in the park. So they're like, okay, well, there's two doors, and I've gone through both of the doors. And it's not either that both of those doors take me to the same part of the thing.
Great.
Okay.
Good.
Luckily, the two of them sorted it out amongst themselves.
Good.
Which means that I can piggyback off of their success.
Great. Good.
Okay.
Good. There. Well done. There. Great. Good. Well done. Good. Great. Well done. There. Well done. Can't be. Ready to go. Hit.
Was not paying enough attention.
Good, good.
So we take you out.
There.
And then is the other one to the right here?
Great.
Can I get through there? Yes. Where does this go? This is the reservoir. Okay, can't go through here. We really have a lot of closed doors, huh? Okay, there you are. That's the last one.
You got it.
You got it. Okay. Okay, let's go to... talk to Hiroko. Okay. Wonder what Edamon's bling gives me. Oh. Reduces damage from virus attribute Digimon by 30%. That's quite strong, actually. Like, if there was some sort of, like, virus-type Ultra Boss in particular, like someone where having the 50% reduction just from being a vaccine type just isn't enough, like having an additional 30% damage reduction, and then pairing that with the thing that gives you a threshold of 1,000 could potentially get you through some interesting puzzle battles. I don't think this game has any puzzle battles, but... if they existed. Oh, right, we need to do the Premonitions of Love thing. And then we need to do Dreams or Reality. Okay, Dreams or Reality times... let's click on this. Definitely not. Created by AI article. And Central Town we go. Okay. Go to the top of Central Tower.
Great.
Okay.
Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. You got it. Well done. Good, good. Good, good.
Okay, so that's number one. It's actually funny, I might have gotten eyes on her when I tried to do this before. I might have actually seen her there and just didn't notice. Because I'm fairly certain that I went down to that section. I might have not gotten eyes because I turned around too early. But I have a suspicion that I did go far enough to actually see her there and just didn't clock her. Because she's just leaning over, facing the other direction. Okay, so, can I get to where I want to go? Yeah, we can get to Factorial era. She's in the combat section, I believe. But yeah, we're going to get through a little bit of the post-game content, and then once we get through the post-game content, I am curious what the New Game Plus entails. Presumably I get to keep my Digimon. But I'm unsure as to like what I'm actually going to be doing. Like what's the benefit of a New Game Plus? Like what is the... Is there like extra content in New Game Plus? All that kind of jazz. I just don't know. Okay. Okay, Abyss Depths. Did I get a cutscene or something? But yeah, we're basically just going to be meandering through here, doing a few more side quests, and I think at noon I need to make sure that I'm actually checking what the post-game itself entails and like what kind of content there is to do, because I haven't been like very effectively communicated where I'm supposed to be trying to get to, honestly. I wish the stat system let you go higher than the thinger. I wonder where Raymond is right now. Yeah, she's underwater somewhere. I don't know where, but she's down here somewhere. Probably in some random dead end. It's very weird that they attack me. Like, you would expect that after a certain point, enemies would not be attacking you. Because you're too high level. That's fairly standard. Okay. You know, maybe I should just Google what the postgame entails now. Because this is very...
Ready to go.
This is extremely busy work coded.
My.
So, god damn it. So, like, I don't know that I want to bother finding all of the copies of her for no reason. Like, if it leads to an actual quest with her, then sure, that would be cool, because she's an interesting character. I think she's probably the most interesting character in the narrative. Right? Like, she goes through a lot of shit over the course of the narrative and is, like, kind of left to sort it all out on her own and goes from being, like, a kid looking for the supernatural to being an adult who's had their life deeply impacted by the supernatural over the course of the narrative. And I think that that's a pretty interesting character progression. Did I go backward? No? Okay, good. She's right here. Taking a selfie in the ocean. Okay, luckily we do have the ability to jump out. So let's jump out. And let's see here. Yeah, there's 13 of these, which is quite a lot to get around to. But yeah, like some of these should be pretty simple, right? Like some of these should be very fast. That one's like long, but the one in the forest sanctuary should be pretty fast. I guess they'd be faster if... Carry me, my Dodai! Great party beneath this big tree. Look, you should not be involved in any parties with these people, okay? These people are not your people. Okay, let's take a look at this design. Yeah, so the thing is, I really like this design. And I think it would be a cool design for someone who isn't Dionysus. Like, this would be a very good design for almost anybody but Dionysus to me. It could also be fun for Dionysus, I think. Again, like, but you'd have to... This design for Dionysus requires the characterization to lean into, like... that drunken master somehow getting intoxicated makes you stronger nonsense in order for it to work. Like, this character needs to be... this character needs max charisma. You have to have 27 charisma Like this is not stats that are legal for PC to have. Like you need to have so much fucking like charisma to make a model like that work for Dionysus, I think. Okay. Easy, also peasy. So let's take a train to somewhere. Oh wait, is that all the places in this time period? Wait. Oh, there's no velvet room. Is there a velvet room here? Yes. Yes, there is. Okay, so get into the velvet room. So we need 6 more of these. Went the wrong way. That was right next to where I needed to be. Okie dokie. Next on our agenda is...
Good, good.
I actually don't know where she is. Not there.
Well done. Great.
Random parrot.
Great.
Eldritch horror.
Great.
Speed ray.
Good, good.
Tadpole.
Good, good.
Bird.
Great.
Tarantula.
Great.
Tarantula again.
Good, good.
Tadpole.
Well done. Good, good.
Oh, you
Well
have 2 tails? That's very cool.
Good, good. Great. Well done. Well done. Well done. Great. Well done. Great.
Okay. Okay. There are not that many more that we need to get through to get her quests done. So, if we get through this quest, I think we'll be mostly done, honestly. I don't... I don't imagine that there's that much more post-game content than what we've already done. I would be fairly surprised. I feel like we got a huge amount of stuff done in the first bit. So wait, do I have to seriously walk all the way down there each time? I have to go all the way around through here each time? This is crazy. I guarantee you that this was actually part of the plot at some point. So this tied into a quest line that featured one of the two, what are these guys called? Kokuomons or something? Betraying Volcanus. And that's how the Titans took over. Because it's not really explained how the Titans took this place over. At all. Like, it's just like you come back here and it's like, oh, okay, where'd Volcanus go? And so you have this whole thing. So, did I already grab you? Or not? I might have already talked to her here. I have not. She's right there. Okay. I guess I would know all the places that. Wait, could I have just taken this? Or is this a one-way trip? I guess I have no way of knowing. It's fine. You can't possibly just click on it again to find out. Okay. Don't mind me, I'm just taking the long way around. But yeah, that entire area is seemingly never used, which I just find incredibly suspicious. The entire section with the museum has this whole, like, opening the door cutscene. Like, there's a bunch of stuff that indicates to me that, like, that was originally meant to be more of a thing. Like, I guarantee you that Ceres, like, the whole thing with Sirenmon is supposed to go down 8 years ago. So, like, 8 years ago, he's supposed to sober up after we have, like, had some, you know, not side quest, but, like, after the quest makes, like, Sirenmon die. And then 8 years later, she hatches as part of, like, the side quest there, right? So, like, that's when the actual collection happens. I would guarantee you that that's the trajectory there. The Volcanismon thing indicates that we're looking for, like, some sort of a quest involving, I did just talk to her here, right? Why are you telling me to go here? I'm not going to worry about it. We need to go to the Abyss Sanctuary. Okay. But I'm curious if I can figure out how the things were supposed to go in each of these sections. This section, I would give almost 100% odds you're supposed to prevent the
Good.
ethnic cleansing.
Well done.
Right? Like, the
Good.
the mass evacuation of the
Well
village
done. Well
is
done.
meant to be something that we put a stop to, right? Like, that's something where it's like, okay, we're supposed to intervene in some way in the past that ensures that both groups are here today, right? And like that's why the ceasefire thing is a thing. They mention the ceasefire, but the ceasefire between who? There's nobody here. The village is gone. Or rather, the village isn't gone, because the village came back randomly off screen, but for no apparent reason, right? So that, to me, seems the most likely, is that this state that we're in here, this setup, is meant to be the setup that we have only after... This is like the good version of 8 years in the future, right? That would be my guess. Floating island plains. Northern part of the... We'll just go to the village, and then from the village we can check if... I would think that this would be the plains, but... let's go down this way, I guess. It's the Shaded Woods. It's possible that it's a mistranslation, and that they're talking about the floating island rocks. This is Shade Tree Pier. Oh, I can see what the map looks like. What the hell is that location? Oh. Okay, we got there. Nailed it. I was like, it looks like a train station. Okay, so we pop back over here. We need to go to Rebellion Village. Do we? No, we already talked to Rebellion Village. Okay. We already found her in Dark Garden as well. So we just have Cosmic Terminal left. And do we have a way to get through this without... There's no fast travel in this zone. Okay.
good.
Alright, we continue on.
Great. Great.
So we're basically trying to get to the throne room. I don't know what's the easiest way to get to the throne room is. So it's 11:20. We should be able to make some decent progress through here. We poke you.
Good, good.
And is this a dead end? No. Okay.
Good, good.
Did I loot this?
Great.
I think I looted them. Are those chests? I guess those must be chests. Huh. Doesn't matter. I think the only chest that I need to worry about, weirdly, is the chest that has a crit 2 in it, and I think there's only one other one of those in the entire game. Wait, why is there a why is there a flight person here? There isn't one at the entrance. What the fuck? So I guess I can fly out but not in? Wait, can I just fly to... Okay. I'm now realizing that there is in fact more to this place. This is madness. Okay, so do I talk to you? Okay, so I can tell them that I don't know the way back if I want. This is, for whatever reason, the only dungeon in the game that you can't just teleport around.
Here we go.
That was not expecting you to actually hit me. I don't know why I was expecting you to just disappear before you reached me, but it didn't end up happening. Okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Operations complete.
They're spawning right on top of each other here. Is this literally the best EXP that exists in the game? Could I kill 100 packs of you? Nah, I would need to kill so many. I would need to kill 1,000 of you before I would have otherwise killed one copy of the Olympians. Okay, so we got this done. Okay, so I can come to this outer dungeon whenever I want, but we're just gonna go to it right now. We have one of these. What are you? Protect the giant Digimeat 4. I can. Oh, I'll try it. It's fine. So, in theory, I should be able to easily take each of these out. But wait.
Well done. Great. Well done. Great. Well done. Good, good. Good, good.
Can I just hit them from there? No. Okay, anybody else? No.
Well done. Great.
As long as you start... What?
Good, good. Well done.
Okay. Are there still 20 of you back there?
Great.
Oh, I can just pull up the map like this and then I can see.
Well done. Great.
Okay, I have to wait for them to cross the
Good, good. Well done.
boundary.
Good, good.
Please.
Good, good. Good, good.
Okay, we do have to fight this
Operation
one.
complete.
Totally worth it though,
Hold in order.
because
Great.
the flyers are a pain in the ass if you let them
Good, good. Great.
actually move. But if you just sit here and you make sure to get them
Well done.
before they get out of range,
Good, good.
then you're golden. Okay, so that's done. I guess there's probably some sort of meta-narrative involving these outer dungeons that I could go through and click on all these, but I'm gonna click on all those in order. Basically, I'm not gonna talk to all these at this point because it's just a waste of time. Instead, I'm gonna be going and talking to those in order if I decide to engage with that side quest. Assuming there is a side quest associated with it, who the hell knows? Alright, so we finished Dreams of Reality. Okay. So that's a thing. We have Premonitions of Love to do, Pinnacle of the Card World, and Secret of the Honey Base. Let's see here. Time Stranger post game. Alright, so New Game Plus. I love how they say it requires optimal training. What the hell do you mean optimal training? Let's see. Like it's not. There's no optimization involved. You can just max out your stats, right? Okay, that's completely useless. Let's see. Does not seem accurate. Okay, Oh, is the Olympus 12 literally the only post-game content? Okay. Okay. So, it looks like we've finished our first run then. It looks like the thing we would be progressing to from here would presumably getting into New Game Plus, but I'm not really planning on going through the entire narrative again. So, do we have... Let's see, do we have something we want to do that would involve, like... Let's see. Do we want to do a particular, like, unlock some particular Digimon, or are we just done? Is the question. It'd be kind of nice to go through some of the thingers. I'm surprised at how quickly we ran out of content. There is just the one post-game fight. Legitimately no scaffolding into that fight, which is crazy. It's crazy that you have a fight that's like, okay, well, I hope you have max stats on at least one Digimon. And unless you have it on 2, you're probably boned. Oh yeah, I should check these items that I just picked up. I picked up the thing from what's her name. It's gonna be the other direction. Nullifies stat debuffs and attacking deals magic damage. That's actually pretty decent. That's not bad. I don't really need it because I have unlimited mana now anyway, but you know, it's the thought that counts. Okay, let's pop over here and let's beat up the Olympians at least one more time. Why are you trading for so long? What's your personality? Why are you sociable? No. What is this sociable nonsense? Get out of here. Okay, go back to the classroom. We are going to do that with a quick train. We will take Soothing Song, which is very good. And we will start training you in the classroom. No, we were giving you Punching Bag, right? Punching Bag. Okay. Just for shits and giggles. And then, do we need... What if I gave Barnaclemon some actual SP boosts? What if we decided to do that? What do we think about this as an option? Because I'm a little concerned by the fact that I can't freely spend SP. I don't need to do that. You know what I do need to do though? I do need to give Smilemom max defenses. So let's max out your defenses. I think we can just do that, right? Like we have like 600 grand. So we should be able to get both defenses maxed out, or I just need to get them to like 9,000. Once your defenses are set at close to 9,000, we're basically done. But yeah, I'm kind of confused as to like where the room is to grow within the stat system that they've established here. It feels like this should be the start of your stat maxing journey, not the end of your stat maxing journey. But this seems to be the end of your stat maxing journey. Unless the New Game Plus actually unlocks something in particular. But I don't get the impression that you get anything of particular interest from doing that, so we need to give you a tea room. Taking you to the tea room. And Barnaclemon needs to actually train. Yeah, so my thinking, if I had to guess, I have a suspicion that they had massively more ambitious ideas for what they were going to do with the Mega Plus difficulty. Unless the Mega Plus difficulty has something else associated with it than what I'm seeing. Because from what I can tell, Mega Plus is just going to make it so that all of the enemies have, like, gargantuan stats as if they were, like, enemies like what I'm fighting now. And then I would assume that all the, like, late game enemies are all going to just have 9,999 in every stat. But, like, that's not that different, right? Like, their attacking stats are already over 8,000. So, since their stats are already over 8,000, like, there's really not a lot of room for them to grow their stats. So, there's just not enough space within the system. It feels to me like probably originally the cap was going to be higher and they were going to do something more akin to, like, Disgaea style leveling. The Digimon games are perfect for doing a Disgaea style, your stats go into the stratosphere kind of game. Like, legitimately speaking, like, this game, this series is absolutely perfect for that. And I haven't seen them go there, but they could. So, we are getting you up to 6K. What is your friend's speed? Okay, perfect. So, we bring them back out. We have enough speed to outspeed everybody. And we have the correct setup. So we have Spell Boost, and we will Spell Boost whichever character is going to be the one who's doing the thing. Barnaclemon is going to pretty much just be, like, doing their thing. Let's go to the... Where am I going? This. And then they're what, an Akihabara or something? I think they're an Akihabara. So we pop up here. Yeah, so they could have done some really interesting stuff if you think of, like, treating your Digivolutions as, like, reincarnating. Disgaea has already done that, right? And they do it with the Digimon games as well, where it's like, okay, well, you go back to level 1, but you're, like, a more powerful thing in theory. as you level up. But the stat systems are never really have that much growth to them. Whereas in Disgaea, it's like, okay, you're accumulating a permanent growth, which you then can like stockpile onto itself, and you can sort of like roll out of control. And I get the impression that like the cumulative stats were like the beginning of a system like that, and then they just kind of didn't bother finishing it, right? Like the cumulative stats that you have are not super relevant, right? Like Demi Ravenmon is getting 200 int from their cumulative stats, and their stats are maxed, right? Like this is like cash is the thing that gets you stats. So like all the other systems just aren't that relevant. But if they had more like stuff they were doing with it, I could see some really interesting angles coming into play. Okay, we're gonna Demi Ravenmon. You will character reversal on Apollomon, and then we'll see if we can one-shot Apollomon. I don't think we can, but it'll be fun. Pretty close. Pretty good hit. Oh, right. Well, luckily that worked well. Okay, so we don't need the spell boost. We could do golden armor just for shits and giggles. Like, we don't need to be doing, like, maximally efficient shit now. Because, like, we've established that Madness merry-go-round hit hard. Oh, look at us! Look at us going down. Isn't that quaint? Okay, Amethyst Mandala. I'm gonna give acceleration boost to Smile. And then she can just Amethyst Mandala. And then we can strike 7 stars on you. We just need one more of those to clear. That does literally nothing. We're not doing a Slither spell boost. We are, in fact, doing an aura. This is not lethal, I don't think. No, it is. Oh, we didn't have a spell boost? Okay. So Volcanus is coming out. Okay. And you can... I'll just aura. Let's just keep spamming heals. You can Amethyst Mandala. That will take out her. Alright, so we now have you. You have 2 attacks. I'm just going to do cross art. We will strike the ever-loving shit out of you. Holy crap. Then no damage can come out these turns. So we should be golden. We can golden armor specifically. You look familiar. And let's character reversal you. Then we can strike you. What am I doing? I need to use darkness on you. Stakes were made. Alright, so spell boost on you. And then you can do character reversal on you. Okay, we're not doing strike, we're doing nightmare. And we're missing. Oh, that's rough. Okay, get the boost. That is a one shot. Okay. Hey, it's convenient actually being high level. Okay. I guess we just tag a spell boost on you, see if you can one shot again. Let's see here. You can't do Dispel. So between the two of you, I think you can get the kill, even though we have a penalty right now. Not quite. Though, for some reason she didn't heal. So we have to dispel everybody one by one, so I might as well start now. Okay. Okay, we got the kill. Anybody need a nightmare? I should actually take her out next. I don't think that Volcanus is terribly dangerous. Volcanus does use Speed Field, which, like, they basically... Volcanus is a buffer, and having a buffer in play with the boss is potentially dangerous, except for the fact that I can purge buffs every turn. So it's like not that big a deal, and when the boss gets low on HP, they're going to be boosted either way. So, who dis? Okay, you are weak against Smilemon, I think. Let's just Aura first. Izuna. Doing pretty good. I guess I should have spell boosted, huh? Strike at the 7 stars can come out on you. I again want to be sure that everyone is healthy. But yeah, I should... Actually, this... You don't need stats that much. You're not at risk of dying. So maybe I spell boost Smilemon. We Izuna on you. That should be lethal. There we go. Don't have to worry about you. Dionysus comes out again. But yeah, Neptune has a very strong design. Volcanus has a very strong design. Like, this is a cool design. I don't think it's nearly as strong as Neptune or Volcanus, though. Like, even ignoring any complaints that I have about the characterization, I don't think it's as strong as Neptune or Volcanus. 400%? It's pretty decent. Yeah, decent hit. Take you out. Okay, Ceres comes in. You are data type, so I will need to reverse you at some point. And I think we... Aura. I don't want to pull the boss in. Just in time for this bullshit. So we can golden armor if we want. That would probably kill you. I would prefer to get off the thing, but it's fine. I'm not worried about it. Okay, we got the para. I love that for me. And we are going to kill you. And we are going to take our nice little buff. So, with this, we clear you, no problem. St. Knuckles start coming out. Alright. So, we spell boost on Demi-Raven. Smilomon is still paralyzed. We got 2 Paraprocs. We can't do that, so we will... You know, it occurs to me that Jupiter is so unthreatening now that I don't even really need to do much in the way of prep work for this setup. Spell boost. Can we Izuna you? We sure can. Bye! Okay, I guess we spell boost Smilomon now. Let's see. I guess we aura. So now Smilomon is weak against the boss, unfortunately. So we can't Izuna Jupitermon to any real effect. I guess we just character reversal Sarasmon. Go.
Thunder!
Thunder.
Thunder! My thanks. Thunder!
Okay, so do we spell boost? Yeah, we just over. Barnaclemon never actually healed. That's actually very fun. Let's see. Do you have a bunch of buffs? You have a defense buff that I don't care about.
Here I go,
Izuna! Okay, we Nightmare you. Not doing a ton of damage here. Oh, good. That's actually excellent. So, with that having been done, I can now revive Smilomon. And with Smilomon revived, Smilomon is no longer reversed, which means she can just pound in with Rizuna again. Let's see. And if the boss doesn't reverse, then Smilomon definitely has lethal on the next turn. So it's a matter of whether it uses one of its turns for that. It is funny to not kill Demeter until after, but that's what we're doing. Okay, if that had been the thing, I would have lost my shit. Okay. So, Jupitermon's down. A Nightmare. We... Eserioji. Alright. So, mission successful. We cleared through the Olympians again. Alright. And after we've been told that with great power comes great responsibility, we have finished up that. Do I want to pump my SP to max before my thinger? Probably. Do I want to digivolve you to this? Yes. Ooh, pretty cool. 90 base power with a 20% defense reduction on the target. I like this. This is a nice attack. It is funny how low my stats are at level 86. Like, the int's pretty high, but other than that, I guess we just go down this chain. Because we can. I'm not going to worry about it too much right now. So, next on our agenda is grabbing this, which should be pretty trivial to do. We're basically just going to look to see if we can find most of the, like, top-tier critters. And do we take another fight with you? I think we sure do, yeah. I love how bored they are. They're so bored that they're just, like, hanging out here fighting us, even though they don't know us from Adam. They've, like, come to our plane of existence just to, like, dick around? Seemingly. They're just, like, puttering around here. Okay, so that's a one-shot. If I could get the crit booster onto Demi Ravenmon, that would be nice. You know what else would be nice is if I had a stat. The crit thing also comes with stat boot. I could have all three of them immune to status effects. That would actually help me a lot. Okay, we're gonna just cast Magic Field. And we are going to use a spell boost on Demi Ravenmon. Since Demi Ravenmon is still awake, you are going to strike the 7 stars onto Minervamon because we can. Minervamon goes down, gets replaced with you. Shadow Fang comes out, does pretty solid damage. Okay, we're boosting Demi Ravenmon again, and we're character reversaling Diana. Let's get the sleep out of play. And then we will strike 7 stars on you, which is lethal. We can probably just do lethal on you with another one of those. Panic Wisp comes out, that's very funny. Panic Wisp goes away, Hydro Water comes out. Smilemon is like, okay. And then Demi Ravenmon gets spell boosted. And Smilemon is going to Aura. And you are going to instigate Mercury. Actually, though. But actually, though.
Very kind.
Okay, so we are going to spell boost Demi Ravenmon because Smilemon is asleep again. And you can insta-gib Diana, so do it. You cannot insta-gib Diana. Well, you could if you had gotten one more crit. One more crit, I think, we got to do. Alright, so spell boost is coming out on Demi Ravenmon. And we're actually going to do a weird thing here. We're going to do a character reversal on Volcanus instead. And we're going to instigate Volcanus if we can. If not... Okay, we can. Okay. We now have Juno in play again. Juno is always a problem. So, we spell boost. And we... Amethyst Mandala? No. We Aura. Let's just keep ourselves up. And then we plow in with Nightmare. That's a crit. Juno's gone. One stack of debuff is all we need to deal with. That's excellent for... How dare you? Not that it matters. They're still in one-shot range. So, Demi Ravenmon gets the spell boost, which it occurs to me that I need more characters with spell boost, because actually, if I do X-Arts, will it overwrite that permanently? Okay, do I need to reverse anybody? No. So, let's just Izuna on... I guess the Amethyst Mandala? I don't have a great option for dealing damage to Mars with you. Doesn't matter. We'll do a crit field. Okay, Nightmare comes out on you. We miss outright. Oh, I have an accuracy debuff, don't I? We're going to Dispel on Demi Ravenmon. We are going to cast Amethyst Mandala. We could Izuna. Let's assume that we're going to need 2 hits here. We need more than 2 hits, actually. We needed to get a crit on one of those. It doesn't matter. We are going to Dispel on Smilemon. Smilemon is now good and healthy. We crit field. Just keep the crits coming. Nightmare. Okay, that's lethal. Neptune comes out. And Ceres is the last one that we have to play with, so... we can spell boost on Demi Ravenmon. We don't need to do the other thing. We're going to Izuna on Neptunemon. That's a pretty good hit. And then we Nightmare on you? Or do we strike at the 7 stars? We strike at the 7 stars. That's lethal. Now you swap to the more powerful form. Let's burn through that. Yes. Very exciting, all that jazz. Okay, so we spell boost on who? We spell boost on Smilemon. So Smilemon is now responsible for taking out you. And in fact, do I want to go for the one-shot? I'm going to go for the one-shot. We're casting Crossfield. We got the kill. 31,000 damage. Okay. We one-shot Dionysus. Ceres comes out.
Very tender.
It's pretty beautiful. Okay, so next on our agenda is spell boosting somebody, but let's see. You are going to die to an Izuna or so. I should probably deal with Mars. I should get Mars down a little bit. You are data type, so yes. We can spell boost Demi Raven. We can then go to Smilemon. And Smilemon says... Character reversal, Ceres. Ceres is now weak to us and can die quickly. We now go with Strike of the Seven Stars on to Mars, because this will not be lethal.
7 stars.
It will not be lethal by the skin of our teeth. And then the goal is to do the same thing to Ceres. And she may or may not die. When she does or does not die, we just tag an AoE. Oh, yeah, she definitely dies to that. She's weak against it, I completely forgot. Okay. We were almost killing with neutral.
Like the flame of death.
Let us end this.
Alright. Boss is weak against Smilemom, so we Smilemom. Alright, so do we Amethyst Mandala? Yeah, we sure do. So everybody's weak against this. No, the boss is immune to it. Do we... you know what, let's do it. We got the double kill with the Amethyst Mandala. Oh, it's so beautiful. It's so damn beautiful. Oh, I love it. You love to see it. You're gonna go ahead and Aura. We don't need a spell boost for this turn, I don't think. Izuna is lethal. I wasn't expecting Izuna to be lethal. Nightmare. Okay. If the character reversal doesn't come out here, I think we just win. Character reversal did not come out. I believe we just spell boost and the battle's over. Not quite. But Nightmare? Also no. We do in fact need to deal with Phase 3, where he starts buffing the shit out of himself and wasting my time looking at all of Busco one by one.
It is time.
Alright. I'm gonna do this, because why the hell not? The first attack. And there we go. Level 1 to level 58. Not too shabby. You are immediately at max level. We can bring you up to this form, whatever this form is. But yeah, if we beat up the Olympians enough times, we can actually just convert them all, and then we'll just have the Olympians in play, which would be nice to do. Because if we just got all the Olympians, then we could see all of their evolutions and things like that very easily. So, this is a pretty cool design. I like this. Just swords for days. Okay. So, unfortunately, Smilemom is already capped in level. But I don't know that it actually matters. It's very easy to cap our level in this, because the Olympians give just so much experience. They're giving like 1,000,000 EXP. So, given how much EXP I'm getting from the Olympians, I feel like it makes a degree of sense to focus on the monetary aspect of it. What do I want to do? Unfortunately, without like an item world or something like that to dig into, I feel like we're kind of done, right? Like, what else are we gonna do? This is the post game. Is just doing this one fight over and over again. I can check the whatchamacallits. Are there any requests from chat on things that you want me to do before we thing? I'm looking at all the things. The achievements are obtain a legendary card, which I'm not doing. Agent rank to maximum, don't care. Discover all the outer dungeons is very rare. Only 6.5% of players have all the outer dungeons. Complete the game on Mega Plus difficulty is 1.6%. Let's see. There's a hidden... 42% of players have an achievement that I do not have. I love that when I finish the post game and I am missing an achievement that everybody has. Should I just start clicking on these hidden achievements? What did I miss here? Okay, that checks out. I'm not going to say what the achievement that I missed is. I will. It's not really a spoiler. I don't have enough costumes for the 42% achievement. Interesting. I wonder how I get this. Is this something that I get from Digital Deluxe or something? Mega Plus is 1.6 and all outer dungeons is 4, right? Am I incorrect there? Mega Plus is the rarest achievement. Uh, 1.6 is Mega Plus, and where are you? Outer Dungeons are 6.5. So there was a 6 in there. It's just 6.5, not 0.6. Let's see. I don't know where to put... I guess the next thing I should do is I should figure out what Mega Plus difficulty actually does. And if there's a reason to do it. Digimon Mega Plus. Okay. Because that sounds kind of boring, right? It looks like it doesn't max all their stats. It looks like it doesn't max like defensive stats. It just boosts their. I mean, it does increase their defensive stats, but their defensive stats are not maxed out. Okay. This is not what I'm looking for. Finally beat Mega Plus. My thoughts. All caps. It's so boring. Let's see. It does look like there isn't really anything new there. So I guess we're done. We've finished what we need to do for the game. Do we want to do something with our? I guess yeah. Let's pop back in and we will. Excuse me. We will get our sotong something. I don't know what we're gonna do with our sotong, but we're gonna get our sotong something. Think maybe we just like go max out their sotong stats. We could go to Digimon World next order. I'm not sure if I want to dive into something that weird for like normal stream times. That's something to do for a Friday, I think. That's very Friday coded behavior, because it's very strange and only to figure it out. I was enjoying it, but it's like a very bizarre game. We only have 800 grand? How are we supposed to max out our Sotong if we only have 800 grand? This is my question to you. Video game. How am I supposed to max out the Sotong? Alright, it's fine. We're basically just going to go to the nearest thing, which is somewhere. And we will see what happens. Yeah, I would need to get the crit booster to be able to do the thing. Let's see here. I'm actually tempted. You know what's funny? I'm actually tempted to play Disgaea, but no one has displayed any interest in me playing Disgaea, so I should not play Disgaea. That is the thing that I should not descend into without reason. That's not a series that I should jump into without anybody requesting it. Nobody. Absolutely nobody. Me. I'm gonna go play this guy. I probably did the name wrong. Disgaea is a grinding game. It's a delightful game if your goal is to get incredibly high stats for no reason. Well, that's not entirely true. To get incredibly high stats so that you can kill enemies that look exactly like the other enemies but have 6 or 7 orders of magnitude higher stats. Disgaea was an idle game before idle games existed, so it's not idle, you have to play the game. Like early on when I was streaming, people would come in who would be like grinding to like level 99 in JRPGs in some early section of the game for no reason. That's who Disgaea is for, and that's me. That's me, but I don't stream that shit. That is me. It's just not me on stream. What was I doing? I don't need to move someone to the farm. We were gonna play with our Sotong. Okay, so Sotong. we needed you to max out your stats, right? That's what we were looking for, is for you to just be absolutely capped on everything. Let's do this. Because it would be kind of fun to see if we can just, like, get you up to, like, Armageddon with, like, just max stats by default. That would be... I think that would be kind of funny. But yeah, like, me playing Disgaea would be like me playing the horse game, only I don't know that there's anybody who's watching Disgaea, whereas the horse game was a meme game that everybody was watching. Let's see. Well, trade stats are added to your cumulative total. So basically the idea here is if I can go through a few generations doing this, I can get their stats close to, like, I can get their, like, cumulative stat tally to, like, 5,000. If I can get their cumulative stat tally to 5,000, then they'll, by default, have max stats. That's not quite true, but it's fairly true when you pair it with the base stats of the Digimon that they're going to become. Unless the game's lying to me about how this works, but I think that we did establish that this worked the way that I'm expecting it to. I can always max this out and then demonstrate the proof of concept of what I'm talking about here, which I'm probably just gonna do because I think that that's the way to do it. So, because I unfortunately I don't have enough money to actually max out Silphamon stats, which is what I would want. I would prefer to get every stat to 9,999 before I send them on, but I only have enough money to do like 2.5 stats after this to max. We are actually going to spend the money to get this all the way to the top. We're not going to stop because we're already at max level for this set. So we're going to do the club. We can get maxed at the club. I guess I don't need speed, right? Because we don't want max speed from cumulative stats. Max speed from cumulative stats makes it harder to manipulate which character goes first, so I actually don't want max speed. So speed I don't need to max, and I probably don't need to max int, because this is probably not going to be a mixed sweeper, which means we can maybe get pretty close to max. If I sell a few things, maybe we can max out all the stats that I need to max out here. Like, it's tempting to get literally everything to max. Like, it's tempting to do like a character... Like, the whole point, kind of this character was to be doing that. But if I'm going for actual optimization for this character, which, why do you need to optimize if it's so easy to max out your stats? But if I was going for actual optimization for this character, ooh, you could get the follow-up ability. That sounds useless, actually. I don't want that. I'd like you to go last among my characters, but I want you to go absolutely last. But yeah, we can basically just pump up the club stats, and then maxing out the club stats gets us a thingamabobber. I'm curious, like, how good this line will end up being. The Sotong into Spider line. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna burn through all of my money doing this, and then we can see what results from that. In theory, what this should result in at the end of this training cycle, if I manage to get my spirit up as well, is on my next life, this character... What just happened? This character will have a whatchamacallit. My brain broke. A base, so they'll have a cumulative stat of around 1,000 for all of the stats that I have trained. That is, in theory, what should happen. So, once we've trained this up, we actually don't have anywhere near enough to get spirit up. Give me a second. Because we're not pumping it from like 5k. We're pumping it from way lower, and we've just fought the Elite Four. We don't need. There's no super bosses past this point. We don't need any consumables at all. We didn't need them before either. If I had sold all my consumables, I could have almost certainly cleared that boss. Because all of this stuff can be converted directly into stats. We're not getting rid of the courage points. Not getting rid of the talent things. We're not getting rid of the boosters, because the boosters are used for making certain things. We can get rid of these. I don't need to get rid of my skills. Don't need to get rid of my attachments. Okay, I don't think I need to sell these. Alright, that did not get me to where I would like to be. So, what I'm going to do, we're basically just going to do a proof of concept here. So, I'm gonna be reloading after I've done what I'm doing here. Just in case I decide to do something more with this save file. Like, there's a pretty decent chance that at some point they're going to add some content to this, I think. I think it's not unreasonable to expect that they're going to change some stuff around eventually. So, we now have our Sotong. So, our Sotong can digivolve into... what, trainee Sotong? Slightly older Sotong. Okay, so slightly older Sotong Okay. Slightly older Silpum. Do you have roughly 1,000 in cumulative stats? You do not. You have 500 in cumulative stats. I hate that for you. I think I might actually have to do the training out of... out of an intelligence personality, if that's the case. Because that indicates that I'm getting basically double the stats. But... Wait, do I need to train out of the thing? Yes. If I want to maximize for getting it done in the minimum number of evolutions, yes, I would need to do it outside of the thing, which is a pain. Ugh. So what this looks like to me unless the issue has to do with bond. Let me take a look here. We're gonna load this because I'm getting roughly half of what I would expect to get, but I'm getting more than I should be if it was actually half. These are all 0. I shouldn't be getting it to 530 something. That doesn't make any sense. So if I throw a friendship DX on you until I run out of friendship DXs, let's just max out your bond. Your bond is now max. If I do that, and then I go over to Digimon, and then I do Digivolution, and then I click on this, what do your stats look like? That's a different number. Why are these numbers very slightly different? What the hell? That was 530 something last time, right? No, it wasn't. It was 551. Okay, never mind. I was like, okay. So, I'm getting half of what I should be according to the in-game description. My assumption is that the reason for that is because the number associated with my trained value is roughly half of what it looks like it is. Yes, that checks out because it's not actually half, it's like 75%. So we had 551. If I give you a punching bag, and I hit complete, and I do a punching bag, and I hit complete, and I return you to the box. The last time we did this, we got 551. We still get 551. So, I'm going to have to do some testing with this to confirm how this works. But it's my assumption that if I do my training in a personality that I have boosted stats for, each individual training session will boost my stats by the same amount for cumulative stat purposes. However, and this is important, my actual stat will go up by 85% more than that. Which is fine, right? Okay, who cares? Well, when you cap out your stat and then you digivolve, you can only get your stat up to 5,000 before you stop getting the stat, because it looks at the stat and goes, "No, we don't need to train anymore. Don't increase this value, because the cumulative value is 9,999. Or not the cumulative value. The total value, the net value, is already maximum, so we don't need to increase the underlying number anymore." So what you'll end up with is some rounding error in your thing. So in theory, attack and defense should be basically identical. No, there's a difference between the base stats. What was my base stat? Do I have the ability to convert another one of you? No. But I do have the ability to look at my agent. Feel good. So, attack versus defense is 4 points of difference, which is... That's interesting, because there's an error there. The rounding is not playing nice with me. Unless... let me take a look at Feel Good. There should be slightly more than 4 levels, but it goes the other way, though. Wait a second. Attack is higher. Wait a second. What am I looking for? I'm looking for your stats. No, defense is higher. Okay, so these stats are... There's an off by 1 error here that probably comes from rounding. This should be 555 defense or 550 attack. They should be... Well, they should be between 4 and 5 apart. Right? Because the difference is 46. So depending on how the rounding operates, they should be either 4 or 5 away from each other. I would assume they would be 4 away from each other, not 5 away from each other. But they're 3 away from each other. And that's weird. They shouldn't be 3 away from each other. They shouldn't be 3 away from each other at all. Now, what if the game was simply lying? Can we test that? We sure can. That's actually fairly easy to test. Let's go to convert a Betamon. This Betamon has no training, has no level up bonus, and in theory will get no boosts to any of its stats when I Digivolve it. I should have done this differently, but that's fine. Don't worry about it. Alright, we're going to move this in here. So in theory, you should gain 0 if I Digivolve you right now. When I do train you, I need to check what your stats are. Wait a second. Okay, you have 350 attack, which is a thing I am going to type. Okay, 350 attack. We now go to you, we train, we go to Punching Bag C, we quick complete. You now have 612. In theory, you should gain 26. You should gain between 26 and 27 permanent attack. Please tell me that you're not an int character. Are you int? Fuck, you're fucking strategic. We're gonna convert someone who isn't smart. Are you an idiot? We'll find out. Biomon, are you an idiot? Actually, this is perfect. We can do the test with both of them. You're tolerant. Great, you're an idiot. Now, you are also going into the Digifarm. Wait a minute. Okay, moving Biomon, you go in. You're gonna hang out right here. Okay, so Biomon, you are level 1. You're a frickin' baby. You have 340 attack with boosts. Why don't you have more stats? Because it doesn't double the agent bonus, which is where almost all of your stats are coming from. Okay, doesn't matter. So, you have 340 attack. You have... That's all I needed. I just need to know that you have 340 attack. Okay. Next, we are using a punching bag. We're using punching bag C. We are quick completing training. You now have 490 attack. You'll note that we went from 340 to 490 on the dummy. And on the smarty, we went from 350 to 612. Reason being that the boost is getting a benefit. It looks like it's 150 base plus the bonus multiplier. We could confirm that if I felt like typing these numbers, but I don't. Okay, are you level 1? You're not. Where's the level 1 Betamon? Wait, where is the level 1 Betamon? Where'd you go? I brought you back. Okay, we're fine. Okay. So, you are level 1. 612, base stat 350. You are Digivolving. You are Digivolving into Seadramon, because why the hell not? Now, after having Digivolved to a Seadramon, you have no base attack. Why do you have no base attack? Why do you have no base attack? Because you have 0% bond. God damn it. Okay, fuck. I have to redo the entire test. Alright, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Everything is fine and dandy. Okay, we are picking up a Biomon we are picking up a Betamon. These two are being... The fact that I've acquired them is fine. Blah, blah, blah. We've already checked their stats. They should probably gain the exact same amount when I move them in. Okay. Beomon. You have 340. Take a punching bag. You click complete. Now, in addition, I feed you some Digimeat, because why the hell not? Okay. Eat. Have more than one bond, please. Okay, you have one bond. That's exactly what you need, because we're just doing the one. Here, you have some Digimeat. Go for it. Have fun. No? Okay. That's fine. Have an apple. Okay. Have a carrot. There we go. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Okay, that's 3% bond right there. Let's go. So, we are going to give you a punching bag. Okay. And I didn't bring them out. I am going to save this just in case something goes wrong. Okay, so I don't know what else I would need to test, but this test will give us the information that we need about how training works. So you have at least one bond. So this first Digivolution will give you cumulative stats. You gained 15 to your attack, which is exactly 10% of the bonus that you got from training. How about Betamon? If I Digivolve you to Seadramon, do you get plus 15? Because if you do, then the problem that I anticipated would happen is in fact going to be a problem, and my life is going to be a pain in the ass. You have exactly 15. Okay. So, you can see the problem here. The two characters, each click, right, each time that I train them, they're gaining 15 to their cumulative stat, right? That seems fair, that seems balanced, that seems reasonable. However, if we extrapolate this out, let's use int instead, because int is easier to calculate with. If you have the Smarty and you're on int, you can train exactly half as many times per Digivolution. Right? Like per time, you're getting twice as many stats. You're getting to max stats twice as fast, which, because number of Digivolutions is a relevant factor, and because of other things like that I guess are worth getting into, and because of the other dynamics in play as well, because the cumulative stats that you already have are also multiplied by this base value. So it's actually way worse. Training while in a thing that you have the stat boosts for is a huge issue. Getting your cumulative stats up is a huge issue. Because there's two factors working against you. The first is you can only train half as many times, assuming that you have the same base value. So let's say I have 350. Let's just go very easy. Let's assume that I have enough space to do 100 trainings. Well, that's not that. That's it. Look, that's a physics problem that makes things too simple because I need to. It doesn't allow me to explain the other component that makes this difficult. So, with Seadramon here, if we were to assume that this Seadramon has a base has a cumulative stat total of 0, right? Then in their next life, if I train them up within strategic, they'll have twice as much int as they would, or they'll have half as many trainings as they would if they were being trained as a dummy, okay? If they're being trained as a dummy, they'll train twice as many times. So my base cumulative stat, this here, will be half as high, right? This value will be half as high as it would be if I was training on as a dummy, right? And then that lifetime, both versions will have the same base stat again, right? So like this character would have an int score of, let's just say for the sake of argument that we get no, actually that's not true. The other character would have a different cumulative value. So this character will have half as high a number here. This number will be 500, whereas on a dummy that number will be 1,000, right? However, when I go to the next life, when calculating this number that I start with, this counts double. So both characters, if I max out at 9,999, will, within a rounding error, there will be rounding issues potentially, will, within rounding error, have the same starting intelligence. And that sounds fine and reasonable until you realize this starting intelligence is the thing that determines how quickly you can, like how far you can train, right? So then in the next life, this character can still only train half as many times, exactly half as many times as the other character can. And we just keep having half the value of the training continuously in perpetuity. The issue with that is that the dummy only needs to get to 5,000 to finish. And this character needs to get to 5,000 to finish as well. They both need the same value to be done with training. They both need to hit 5,000. But here's the issue. 5,000 is pretty easy to hit. 10,000, which is functionally what you're trying to get to because you're dealing with half the values here, getting all the way to 10,000 is really hard. So basically, when the dummy hits the value where their cumulative stat is 5,000, they just switch personalities, and now they're a Smarty. And as a Smarty, they now have 9,999 base int, right? As soon as they hit the value of 5,000. When they hit that value, the dummy is at 2,500. They're not at 5,000. They're at 2,500, which means they're halfway done, right? Wrong. Very, very wrong. Because every single time you go up, you're getting less value. So that first iteration that we got, right? We got plus 1,000 to our base stat. Okay, well, instead of being able to go from like, let's pretend that the values start at 0 because it makes things easier, right? If you pretend that the values start at 0, then instead of getting from 0 to 10,000, you're getting from 1,000 to 10,000, right? Which means that instead of getting a base value of 1,000, you're getting a base value of 900, right? By the time you get to 50, by the time you get to 5,000, right, you're looking at only training half as many times per thing. By the time you get to a base stat tally, where you start out with 9,000 int, if you start with 9,000 int, you can only increase your int by 100 before you cap out your int. Right? So, and it's like, okay, well, that's fine though, because you do only have a cumulative value of 5,000. Yeah, you only have a cumulative value of 4,500. But then in terms of how many levels you get to use, it's doubling this value to calculate your level 1 stats, which means you functionally have 9,000. Anyway, it's kind of funny. So the strategy does seem very clearly to be that you want to train up your Digimon, because money is not a problem. If you cared about money, you would just not do this. You would just do this once. If you're looking to get your cumulative stats high enough that they're just casually maxed out, you want to get every stat to, I don't know, like 5,500 or something like that. You need it to be enough that 75% or whatever it is that the minimum value is enough to get you there. So maybe, do you need it to be like 6,000 or something like that? I don't know offhand. That's like what, 2/3 of 6,000. So that would mean that it's something less than 6,000. It's somewhere between like 5,500 and 6,000, I think. So you need your stat to be somewhere in between those values to passively have it maxed out, assuming that you have a base stat of 0, which you don't. So you probably need somewhere between like 5,000 and 5,500 to make a baby automatically at max values, right? Somewhere along those lines. It would vary between stats. But it might be fun to do a run where I don't do any of the agent skills at all until we've finished the game and gotten all the things done. That would be kind of a fun way to do a run. Unfortunately, I'm way too lazy for that. But I think that would be, if I enjoyed this game as much as I enjoyed Final Fantasy VIII, I would do that run, where you basically don't train any of the agent skills because, well, there's some agent skills that you can train. You just can't train that many of them. So if you go to the agent skills, you can take these. The EXP boosting things you can take. These are fine. And you cannot take this, you cannot take this, or this, or this. These cannot be taken. Debatable. Champion and Ultimate, it probably could technically take, because you shouldn't be training in Champions and Ultimates. You should be training in babies, but that's beside the point. So you should be training them as babies. You shouldn't be training them as anything higher tier. And these things you can take. So that would be kind of interesting, that you would basically it would give you a incentive to play around with these. But basically all of these start out with a boost that is going to screw you if you take it. So it makes your life harder when training. Now, right now, I'm fine, because I just have to move someone over to, like, Sotong, I just need to move one over, and I can start them as the incorrect personality. And if I start them as the incorrect personality, I can train them up and have no problem with it. It would take... If I was doing this with, I mean, it's a bit of a more of a hassle, but okay. So if we assume that you have, let's assume that you start with 1,000. That way, I don't have to worry about anything as a baby. So you get 900 from your first life. With 900 from your first life, you now have 1900 as your base. Okay? With 1900 as your base, you get 810 for your next, so 2710 is your base. So with 2710 as your base, you get another 7190. I guess that's 719. Sorry, I got distracted because it's like, why am I having to use the ones digit? Okay, so that would be 3429. That's a 3. 3429. And then from 3429, you are going to add an additional 657.1, I believe. So I don't know how the rounding would work with that. So we're just going to drop the 0.1 because it doesn't matter. We just assume that it doesn't do anything. Okay, so then we go to, that brings us up to 4,086. Okay, 4,086. For 4,086, we can add another 591.6. You'd think I could type. So we are dropping the decimal. And as we drop the decimal, we get 4,500 and nope, it's 4677. 4677. We are adding 533 to basically, so 533. And 533 being added on to this gives us a nice clean number. So that is 5,200, 300, 310. I think it's 5310. So 5310. We get another. Let's go just to 6K. So 4690. So 469. That gives us 5779. 5779. The next iteration will get us above 6,000, and we're not necessarily done. So let's actually go 2 more. So 5779, because this is where things start to get really slow. So 5779, we're adding 42. Okay, let's go 422. Let's see here. 422 being added gets us 61. Nope, it's 6201, I think. So it's like 6201. With 6201, is that a safe place to end? Yes, because you're going to be doing a mega, right? So this is a chain that you would basically be going back and forth from baby to baby, and you're assuming that your total base stats are less than 1,000 at this point, right? So after your first Digivolution, your base stats are 1,900. So it takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It takes about 8 Digivolutions to do that. And if we assume that it takes exactly 15, if we assume that it takes exactly 15 per training, that is very easy to do. So it would be nice to actually have done this in a spreadsheet where the math would just be done. 9,000 divided by 15 is 600. 600 times... So this costs... No, that can't be right. What did I do wrong? Oh. No. That's sorry. It's divided by 150. So let's add 10. Okay, so... No, we divided by another... Wait, what did I do? Now I've turned it into time. 100, don't worry about it. Divide by 10 again. Alright, 60. So it takes 60, which means that it takes about 600,000 for one stat for the level 1. So there are how many stats to do this with? 1, 2, 7. There are 7 stats. So it would cost, the first iteration would cost 7 times 6, which is a number that I definitely know. It's 42. Correct? Yes, because plus 21 would be getting you to 70 from 49. So 42 is that number. HP and SP would cost... I don't know how much SP costs because I don't know how much HP... I know HP increases by massively more. But if we're just running the numbers, ignoring the fact that HP costs a little less, just because I'm lazy, then we would be looking at a total cost of somewhere around... Actually, the easiest way to think about this is that every 2 fights against the Olympians maxes out a single stat. That's the easiest way to think about it, is 2 fights against the Olympians gives you 1 stat trained to maximum. So, with that being the case, you would need, for this first iteration, you would need... If we could do HP and SP as 1, because I know that let's treat HP and SP as 1 iteration. I don't know how they average out, but let's just go with it. Actually, you know what? We could. I'm not going to worry about it. It doesn't matter. It's not really that relevant. This how much it costs thing isn't that big a deal. But the total cost would take like what? So it would take what, like about 7 fights for just the first thing. Is that correct? Or would it take 14? It was 600 grand, right? So why was I thinking that it was going to take... Yeah, it takes 2 fights per stat. So it takes about 14. It'll take somewhere between, like, what? It'll take somewhere between 10 and 14 for the first iteration. The second iteration will cost less, and each iteration from there costs less. So, with that being the case, the total number of times you would need to kill the Olympians to get a single character's stats maxed is somewhere around 100. Like, it would take about 100 fights, I think, to do the full training regimen that would allow a Digimon to go in and out of anything that they wanted at any tier as soon as they go into their final personality. When they go to their final personality, they would always have maximum stats at all times, and it would cost about 100 runs of the Olympians. Bearing in mind that, like, if you put it on the easier difficulties, it'll take way less time to clear the Olympians. And it's pretty easy to get... Like, my party is not optimally set up for the Olympians. I'm sure that I could have a better carry that can AoE kill multiple Olympians at once on the lower difficulties. Right? Like, I don't have... I don't think Amethyst Mandala is clearing somebody, but if we were to, like, even on easier difficulty, I don't think I'm going to be clearing them out that way. But because you don't get more experience at higher difficulty, and you can change difficulty at will. So just bear that in mind. So if we wanted to get to you and get Catastrophe Cannon or whatever, or like Lucimon or some shit like that, like if we wanted to get one of these and we basically just pop in there and then we have some super powerful darkness attack that kills almost all of them instantaneously, like we would basically need like we basically just need a couple of things to do that. But I would need to figure out like what abilities exist for that if we were going to make that efficient. Yeah, that's the basic gist of like the maximization engine for something like this. Again, the game doesn't have enough meat to it that I would necessarily consider it worth it for me to do. I mean, certainly on stream, like I don't know that people would have any interest in me killing the same enemies 100 times just to get some numbers to go up. That seems probably like not the kind of thing people would want to watch me do. Maybe if I was really sick, but if I was going to do that, I would probably play Disgaea. Why would I do that in this? Like when I could do it in Disgaea. So yeah. I would like to get all the Digivolutions though. That would be kind of fun to do. But as you can hear, the drilling has begun, and it is in fact 1 o'clock. So that is actually going to be it for today. Thank you everyone for watching. It has been a pleasure to stream for you today, and I'm very happy that the drilling only started after I was done. Later, folks.